cek.
Oh, oke, bentar. Gak bisa klik berat. Gak bisa klik berat. Hah? Kita jadi bingung.
Ini di driver. Sending saya lagi.
Bisa bingung.
Sending saya.
Hah? Tanda. Sending dia apa?
Sending ini.
Justru another sending.
the better able they are to understand how they can make changes to their learning experiences. And the way this ties into yesterday is when we were talking about eliciting student responses, and I was talking about how you need to get students' responses in the first 10 minutes of your lesson. The more feedback you're getting from students, the more you're understanding on where you need to correct your students, or if they've understood the lesson and you can move on. And that's still feedback, telling students that it's great that you're understanding this topic, now let's move to the next point. So that is still feedback that they are getting it. If they're not getting it, then you provide what we refer to as corrective feedback. So the other kind of feedback, there are two kinds. One is positive feedback and one is corrective feedback. Positive feedback is reinforcing a certain behavior. So for example, if I want students in my classroom to raise their hand before they ask a question instead of just saying something out loud, which can be disturbing, and if I see a student raise their hand and wait for me, I'm going to acknowledge that behavior by giving positive feedback by saying, Mark, really good, I appreciate you raising your hand to asking a question. What is your question? So what I'm doing there is I'm telling the other students also that that is good behavior and I want to see everyone doing it, but I'm giving credit to that one student who's doing it, reinforcing that positive behavior. Corrective feedback, on the other hand, is that if students make a mistake, we want to tell them how they can correct that mistake. So for example, if students are doing a math problem where they're adding 24 plus 42, let's say, and if the student is mixing up the ones and tens column, I want to give them corrective feedback on that process. Not about how smart they are or how stupid they are. That's totally irrelevant. It does not help the student at all. So when I'm in classes sometimes, I will hear teachers tell students, good job, that is very well done, excellent. That's okay, but what is that telling the child? What are they doing the good job on? So if you want to give process feedback, you can say, you did a really good job in following the process of adding the ones column first and then adding the tens column to get your answer. Process feedback. I'm giving them feedback on what they're doing right in solving that math problem. So while good job or nice work is helpful, but it's not telling them what they need to do or what they are doing right. So that's what positive and corrective feedback generally refer to. The next is timely. And timely means you want to give students feedback when that behavior is happening and not way after that behavior has happened. And this is a very behavior specific thing where if a student has done a certain behavior like raising the hand, you want to acknowledge that right away. If the students are working in pairs and are using their whisper voice like you asked them to, then give them the feedback right away, acknowledging what they are doing right. A lot of times the focus of feedback is on what they're not doing correctly. And very rarely we see teachers appreciating students for what they're doing right. And that is really, really important. If you want to spend less time on classroom behavior management, it's really important that you encourage students on what they're doing right and promote that through frequent positive feedback. And I'll share some examples. And the last one is specific, so tell them specific to what they're doing right. So again, I said, if you tell the student good job or nice try, that's okay, but tell them more specifically what they're doing right. So for example, if you're teaching students to read a poem, and they read the poem in the right intonation that you've taught them to, they're doing the rhymes correctly, tell them, I really appreciated how you rhyme the words correctly at the end of each sentence. Specific feedback to what they're doing right. So when you're giving feedback, it's really, really important to think about what is the process that the student has done right that I can add in my feedback to support them in their learning by telling them what they're doing correctly. What you don't want to do, and this is not really helpful, is the first is put down. Telling the student, you're not smart, you're stupid, you're not doing this well, you will never get this right. Not helpful. It's not helping the student learn what they need to do to meet those expectations. So negative feedback. So generally feedback is looked at something that is really helpful, but negative feedback can be very, very detrimental because that's telling the student they're not good enough. It's not helping the self-confidence. So as far as possible, try to focus your feedback on what can I tell the student that can help them improve their learning, that can help them with the process of reading, writing, or mathematics that they're doing. So it's really important to avoid, as It's sometimes hard if you're working with some students and they regularly are making the same mistakes to do that put down of you don't understand. But think about, is this helping the student? So anytime you're giving feedback to the student, the one thing that should be at the back of your mind is what I'm telling the student helpful in helping me change their behavior of their learning activity. The second thing about feedback is overload. So don't tell students too many things about what they need to change. Try to focus on some key areas. So for example, if you're looking at a student's essay, the student has grammar problems, the student has spelling problems, the student has problems where they're not structuring their thoughts together, the student has vocabulary which they're using incorrectly. Let's say there are many different issues. As a teacher, you want to think about what is the one thing I want to work on first. If you tell them many things, they're just thinking, I'm not good enough and I can never do this. But if you focus on one aspect, let's say if for you it's important that the spellings are correct, let's focus on spellings. If you think it's important on how they structure the essay, let's focus on the structure of the essay and forget about spelling. Let them write as it is. That's a minor thing which you can fix later. If the idea is you want them to use vocabulary words that you've taught them and they're using that incorrectly, let's just focus on that. So if you give too much feedback on many different things, it just gets really overwhelming. And students may not take anything out of it. But it's helpful to think about what do I think as the teacher, and that's your decision, because it's your lesson. To think about what do I think is the most important that this student needs to learn for the next stage. While there are many things, what do I think is the one thing that this student should learn going into writing the next essay that you need to focus on? And don't think about the other things. When they show success in, let's say, using the vocabulary correctly, appreciate that effort. Say, I really appreciate you using this vocabulary correctly. You struggled with that last time, but I can see how you've implemented my feedback. Now, let's focus on the spelling aspect. Step by step, instead of overloading the information. And the last two, which is giving mixed messages or being ambiguous, is that sometimes teachers might say, your essay was not really good, there were lots of spelling errors, your ideas were not great, but you did a good job. So the student's like, did I do a good job or did I not do a good job? Because you told me all these things were not correct, so how did I do a good job? So again, if you give them mixed ideas about their essay or their learning, their takeaway is that I don't understand what the teacher's telling me. And a lot of our students don't ask questions. Whatever we tell them, they nod their head and they go back. And so avoid giving ambiguous feedback. So what I want you to do, a general takeaway from this slide, is that when you're giving feedback, the first thing is focus on the process. If you're teaching poems, think about what do you want them to know. If you're teaching World War I history, think about what is the key takeaway I want the student to have from the learning that they've shown me. If you focus on many different things, the takeaway happens with nothing. So when you're giving the feedback, be specific on one or two tasks, be process-oriented. Tell them how they can change the process of learning that they're doing instead of telling them something vague like good job or not. And then finally, avoid ambiguity, which is don't tell them they did a good job to make them feel good, but also give them all the information about what they're not doing right. So what we're going to look next at is some situations, and we'll think about how we can give feedback to students that is specific and focused on the procedure. So here's an example. So, for example, here are some examples of process feedback. So the first one is, I see you're taking notes as you read. How's that helping you understand the story? So in this first example, let's say I've focused on the idea of note-taking when reading a story. So I want students to write some summaries at the end of each page of the story that they're reading or at the end of each paragraph. When I see some student using that process, I'm giving them process-based feedback. So here I'm telling them, I appreciate you taking the notes. So I'm telling them, good job using the notes strategy. And then I'm having them do a little bit more deeper thinking about, I've taught you this, but how is it helping you? So let's have them critically think about, is this useful for me? And if it is, why is it useful? So helping them become independent learners. Because we teach students a lot of different strategies, and some might work for some students and not others. And we want them to help them identify it themselves. So the idea is teach them that, appreciate it when they're using it, and then ask them how is it helping them as well. In the second one, it's more related to behavior. So it says, I noticed you raised your hand to share your idea. Thank you for participating. So again, appreciating that behavior change that has happened, but also acknowledging that they're participating in the classroom. And in the last one it says, I see you tried using a different formula this time. Can you explain your thinking? So again, the process-related feedback here is having the students dive deeper into sharing their ideas on what they're thinking. Just like yesterday we talked about when you do explicit instruction, the teachers need to think out loud how the process is happening. We also want students to share that. And that shows really strong learning. If a student can share what they're thinking about, that shows that the idea is really deeply embedded in them and they can talk about that to someone else. If they can share what they're doing, it means the learning has not happened really, and it's mostly happening on guesswork, which means you may need to reteach that again. So here's a situation, and the situation is, and this is me modeling because I'm going to give you a situation for you to do, so I'm going to do some modeling for you first. So in this scenario, I'll read this out to you. A group of students presents their science project on renewable energy sources. So they've been learning about renewable energy sources over 2 weeks, and their assessment was doing a group presentation. Their presentation includes some factual inaccuracies and lacks a clear structure, but they demonstrate enthusiasm and creativity. So they did a decent enough job, but there were some issues with the presentation in terms of factual information and just how coherent the presentation was. So the first teacher watching this says, nice try, next group. Okay, what was nice about it? As a student, I'm like, I don't know, was it good, was it bad? Or was it okay? What can I do differently? Not much procedural feedback. The second teacher says, your presentation was confusing and had too many mistakes, you need to do better. Put down and ambiguous. Not helpful at all. The teacher's not telling them that they were good in their creativity. The teacher's not sharing what was good about the presentation. Because in any work you assess of your student, there is something that is positive. There's always something if you look hard enough, and you want to highlight that. And that is really helpful to show the students what they're doing right. Both these are not really good feedback. So let's see how we can give better procedural feedback. It's slightly longer because we're focusing on the process. So let me read it for you. So the same group of students do the same presentation, but a third teacher comes in and says, you know what, let me as a mentor teacher show you how to do procedural feedback. And this teacher says, you did a great job covering a wide range of renewable energy sources. So providing positive feedback on what they did right. But there were a few factual inaccuracies that you should be aware of. So again, not putting down, but providing a suggestion on what they should have done correctly. So the teacher talks about how they got the information on solar panels wrong and how that can be corrected. She also covers some other points. And in the end, the teacher provides them feedback on how in the future they can avoid these misconceptions. The teacher says at the end, to avoid these kinds of error, consider cross-checking facts from multiple reputable sources or consulting a subject matter expert. This will help ensure the information you present is accurate and reliable. So not only telling them what they did wrong, but providing a way in the future to avoid those inaccuracies. And that is again a procedural feedback, like how can you change the process of gathering information and sharing it? What can you do better next time to improve the process of doing a presentation? So when you think about feedback, feedback should generally be more detailed. Like here, one thing that this teacher does well, provides positive feedback at the start. So always start with what did the child do correct? What was good about the presentation? What was good about their writing? What was good about them reading a poem? Always start with the positive. The second is focus on what do they need to change, corrective feedback. And third is show them a way in the future on how to avoid those mistakes. So again, this is a really good example of how corrective feedback happens. Now I'm going to have you think about another situation. So if you turn to booklet on page 10, there's activity 4. So on page 10, activity 4, it starts with a scenario where the student submits an essay on the causes of the British leaving India. The essay contains some good ideas, but is poorly organized, has several grammatical errors, lots of spelling errors, and the first teacher says, good effort. Again, not very helpful, not telling the student what was good or what they need to change. The second teacher says, this is a mess, don't you know how to spell British? Not very helpful, it's a put down, which can be negative for the student. And so what I've done is I've written the essay myself as a student, and I'd like for you to give me corrective feedback. So what I'd like for you to do in pairs or in triplets, so if you're 3 in a row together or if you're 2 in a row together, read the essay and think about what kind of corrective feedback you could provide the student. So as you're thinking about the corrective feedback, think about 1, what is positive about this? So what is something good about this essay that you want to start with telling a student? 2, think about if there are many different issues in this essay, as a teacher, what are some 1 or 2 areas of feedback you want to focus on? Remember, if you give too many lines of feedback with too many ideas, the student's going to get overwhelmed and they will have no takeaways. They'll just not read it or not process that information. So pick 1 or 2 things that you think as a teacher are important for the student to know. So it could be spellings, it could be ideas, it could be grammar. As a teacher, you can think about what you think is important. And finally, end with something they can do in the future to avoid those errors. Okay? So 3 aspects. Positive, then corrective, and then future ideas on changing it. So I'll have you work in groups of 3s or 2s and write your feedback at the end, and I'll walk around and listen to what you're saying. So let's do this for the next 5 to 10 minutes. Any questions before we start? Okay. Self-evaluation and then what is a peer self-evaluation on how to check it because great point, and I will get to that in the writing point. Okay, this was really, really good. I walked around and saw quite a few. One thing that was consistent in everyone's feedback, which may be that you're already doing this, which is fantastic, is that the first line of the feedback always started with something positive. Like, what is the student doing right? And that was the feedback that I saw everyone starting with, which was really, really good. The second thing that I saw everyone doing was the corrective part. So what is something that the students need to improve? For many of you, it was spelling and grammar. For some of you, it was the structure that needed changing. But in some of the feedback, while the feedback was corrective, for example, that the students need to cross-check their spellings or their grammar, it was not mentioned how can they do cross-check. So some ideas I came across when I was talking to people in this group was one way to cross-check would be look at a dictionary when you're writing your spellings to check your spellings. Another way could be you have them put in pairs where they submit their essay a day before to their peer, and the peer does the spelling and grammar check for them. So it puts the onus on the students. And again, when you're pairing students, be mindful that you're generally, if possible, pairing a good student. Good, by good I mean someone who's more proficient, has better spellings, with someone who does not have better spellings. So if you have that idea, you can pair them based on their skill set. So that's another way. I just wanted to read one feedback which I thought was really well written, and I want to acknowledge that. So I'll read this feedback that was given by one group out there. It said, you did a good job mentioning the various valid causes and events which led to the British leaving India. So again, positive feedback and acknowledging that the facts that the student has mentioned are valid. That was a really good word used in this feedback. However, the events listed by you could be written down chronologically for better flow and understanding. You can avoid this by first making bullet points and then arrange them in chronological order. So again, what this group did really well is that their focus is on the structure of the essay. That's most important for them, right? And what they're not just saying is that you need to improve the structure of your essay, they're telling them what the student needs to do. So you need to write the essay in a chronological order. They're going even further by telling the student how to do it. So they're saying, write down all the different reasons you have and then put them in chronological order in bullet points and then transfer it to your essay. And that is really, really important in writing. And I'll spend some time later in the day on what does drafting look like. Because, you know, when you're thinking about writing, a lot of it is just drafting and editing. Good writers generally spend a lot of time drafting what they're writing and then editing what they're writing. They spend very little time on just the writing part, which I think most students think, that's it. I've written it, I'm done, I need to submit it. But we need to teach them about thinking about their ideas, writing some bullet points, brainstorming, then transferring it, and then editing. So I thought this group did a really good job in providing the strategy students need to use to implement that chronological order aspect. And then they had some minor feedback as well. It said another point of correction is your spellings and punctuation. Some of the spelling mistakes seem to be due to haste. You could revise your essay to avoid such mistakes in the future, and you can also make use of a dictionary if you're not certain about the spelling. So again, giving them a strategy on how to make sure that their spellings are corrected. So again, really good job. But I think most of you did a good job in terms of providing feedback. But whenever you're thinking about providing feedback, always think about what is positive, start with the positive to acknowledge what the student did. Because anytime a student gives you a piece, they put some effort in it. There's always some effort. Whether it's less effort or more effort, it's not significant. They've put some effort in it, and we need to acknowledge that effort. And if we acknowledge that effort, we are positively reinforcing that point in the student that you need to do this every time. So we're acknowledging that effort. Then move to the aspect on what are some areas they need to correct. Focus on what you think as the teacher is most important for the student, and then always end with how can they do it. Be explicit about it. So don't just tell them they need to cross-check, but tell them how they need to cross-check. So think about the example about cutting the onion yesterday that we did. If I tell the student take the onion and cut it, they're going to cut their hand because they don't know any better. So we need to be explicit in take the onion, put it on a chopping board, and then hold it in a certain way, and then cut it half. So you need to be as explicit as possible. And the level of explicitness can go down over a period of time. So once you've told the student to cross-check using the dictionary and you've told them a second time, you may not need to tell them a third time because you can see they're doing it, right? So that level of scaffolding or support can reduce over a period of time, but the first time you want to provide as much explicit instruction as possible and assume the student does not know how to do it always, and provide that initially. And always start with, I generally start with my students in the college saying, you may already know this, but I'm going to tell you this anyways. So acknowledging that they may know it, and if they know it, that's fine. It's just a repetition. That's just reinforcing the idea. All right? So really good. Any thoughts or comments or questions before we move to the next section of our workshop today?
I think a great point that came out of this entire session was that feedback is not about critiquing so much, but supporting.
Yes. Yes, and that's what feedback is. It's telling someone on whether they need to shift their behavior in a certain way or the procedure in a certain way, on how to improve it.
How to do it.
That's right, on how to become better about it, right? That's what feedback is. When we give feedback, it's not to put someone down, because then you're criticizing. That's not feedback. That's what we call criticism. There's a different word for it. But as teachers, we want to provide critical, constructive feedback on how the students can improve, because that's our job. That's our core job, is helping our students get to the best they can be. And that best might look very different for different students, right? So thanks. Yeah, that's a valid comment. Thank you so much for sharing that. Any other comments or thoughts before we move to the next section? Okay. Okay, so our day 2, we're going to focus predominantly on building on the explicit instruction, so we'll see how that continues throughout what we're learning today, but also thinking about strategy instruction. Maybe again, some of you are already doing this, but we'll look at various different strategies to support students' understanding or comprehension of what they're reading. We'll do a little bit of focus on vocabulary instruction, because vocabulary is really, really important. We'll see different ways of doing it. And then we'll end with writing instruction. What I'm also going to do after lunch, because that's the sleepy time, is I'm going to share a little bit of information on how you can do all of this seamlessly on an open AI platform. So a AI model platform, and I'll share that with you and what that looks like after lunch today. Okay? So that's sort of our roadmap for today. Okay, so before I start with strategy instruction, I just want to touch upon what is strategy instruction. So its a purpose is to improve performance, so it's a strategy that helps you get better at anything. It can be in your life, it can be in academics, it can be in sports, it can be in any aspect of your life, and I think a lot of us use many different strategies that we even don't think about as strategies. It requires effort to use, so it requires some planning, some thought into implementing that strategy, because it's not natural, and that's why we're using this method to help us. And it's a series of ordered steps that help a student perform various tasks. So many things are not natural to us. So for example, reading is not natural. Speaking is very natural to humans, because we evolved speaking and learning from speaking for hundreds of thousands of years. But writing is a very recent evolution. In fact, most people started reading and writing maybe in the last 50 years, and only a select group of people were reading and writing maybe 1,000 years ago. So writing is a very new phenomena in human history. And because it's not a structured task, you need to have some strategies to make sure that when you're reading or you're writing, you're successful at it and you're doing the best you can in understanding. And so these strategies and procedures guide students as they complete less structured tasks like reading and writing to help them be successful. And we'll look at many different of these strategies today. And if any of you use these strategies, please share how you do it so we can also learn from you as well, okay, as we go along. So let's start a little bit what you do, okay, and I'll model first. So what I want us to think about is think of one non-academic strategy, which means not related to your teaching at all, something to do with your life, okay, that you use, that you have developed yourself, that helps you do a task better, easier, more quickly, and describe what that strategy is. how it helps you complete tasks more efficiently. So I'll share first. So like I said yesterday, I do a lot of cooking in my house. In fact, I've asked my wife not to step in the kitchen anymore because I love cooking. But when I used to cook earlier, like maybe a year ago, I would get really frustrated because sometimes I would start my cooking and maybe the cucumber was missing or maybe the tomato was missing. And halfway through I had to stop, I had to run to the grocery store, come back and do that. It was not very helpful, it was very frustrating. So what I do now is my strategy is that every Sunday I plan out my entire week's menu. I place the order on like a grocery store website that we have, and they deliver it to my house on Monday. So when I start cooking on Monday, everything is there for me, so my list is ready. So what I do is I make a lot of lists of all the ingredients I need. I check my fridge, my storage, to see what I don't have, and I order that. So that strategy of making that list of my grocery every Sunday really sets me up for the week and being successful in doing all the cooking I need to do for my family for the rest of the week. So that's my strategy. So what I want you to think about and share with your peer is think of one life strategy. It could do with your house, with your relationship, with maybe parking. I know some people have a strategy where they get to town early because they want to avoid traffic. That's a strategy. You consciously make the effort of waking up earlier than the rest of the crowd and get to a place because you don't like traffic. So if there's something you don't like, you implement a strategy on improving it. So I want you to think about, if possible, a strategy that you use, which I'm sure you do, and share it with your partner, and I would like maybe one or two of you to share it with us on what that strategy is. So let's take 2 or 3 minutes and share a strategy with a partner, and then we'll come back and share some of them. Okay? Is it clear? Awesome, thanks. Okay, this is really great. I heard some really good strategies that people use. So one strategy that one person has is they wake up at 4 in the morning and they have to work out, they have to make breakfast for their family, and they have to sort of get ready themselves to get themselves to work. And so their strategy to ensure that they wake up at 4 in the morning is to make sure they're in bed by 7:30 and they're out by 8 o'clock. Great strategy. If you want to be successful, you have to plan that because it doesn't come naturally to us, right? If you're sitting and watching TV or you're on social media, it's so easy to just keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. But because you have thought of this strategy that I need to sleep by 8 o'clock to ensure my day is going to be successful tomorrow, you're implementing that strategy that you're going to bed by 8 p.m. Another strategy I heard, which was really aligns with what I do as well, is that before going to the grocery store, they make a clear list and they check out everything they're buying, so they make sure they have everything they need for the rest of the week. Again, we live busy lives, and if we don't plan, if we don't strategize, we are going through a lot more chaos. But if I just stroll through the grocery store picking what I think I want, when I start cooking in the evening, I'm going to struggle because some items are definitely going to be missing. And so what I'm going to focus on for the next hour or so is how can we teach our students these strategies, and why it's really, really important, really for students with specific learning disabilities and difficulties, is that many studies show that students who have learning disabilities struggle with implementing strategies. They don't use any strategies. So when you compare students who are typically developing and students who have learning difficulties, and you give them a survey on checking which strategies they use more frequently, generally students with learning difficulties or disabilities don't use many strategies. So what we need to do as teachers is to teach these strategies explicitly to them. What we also want to do is teach them multiple different strategies for them to choose which one works best for them, or which one works best in a certain situation. So one thing may not work for all students, but if you give them a toolbox with many different tools, they can choose which tools they want to use to do a certain function. So the idea is teaching multiple different strategies. And again, when you're teaching these strategies, the idea is that you're going to use the explicit instructional framework, where you will model the strategy, do some guided practice before you allow students to independently practice these strategies. And what I'm going to share next is a series of these strategies that we've developed in the research world. Okay, so here's one, and again, some of you might be using it. I'll share a few before I dive deep into them. So here, for example, we have a strategy called cause and effect, which is why it happened, what happened. This is also called a graphic organizer. And how many of you are familiar with graphic organizers? Just raise your hand. Okay, great. So this is fantastic. So a graphic organizer is helping the students organize their thought process. So when they're reading, let's say, about World War II, if you're a history teacher and you're teaching students about World War II, they're reading a lot of content. Maybe they're watching some content. As they're engaging with that content, the idea is that you pause at every 10 minutes or every 15 minutes or at the end of every section, and you have students fill this graphic organizer of cause and effect. That's the strategy we're teaching them here. And the idea is that because they're pausing, they're reflecting, and they're writing it down, that they're better able to remember it. So when they have to write an essay at the end of these lessons, at the end of the week or the month, they have this graphic organizer where they've done all the groundwork. So all the work is done. What they need to do, so this is their bullet points, this is their outline, which they can use to write the essay. They'll of course maybe need to reread some text or go and visit some websites to gather more details, but a lot of the groundwork is done in helping them understand what they read before. Because think about it, how many times do you read something, and if I ask you about something a few months later, you don't remember anything? Because we engage with a lot of content every day. It's amazing. Social media, news outlets, newspapers, we engage. If you read books, you engage with a lot. And so if you want your students to remember what they're reading, this is a great way for them to go back and have a general overview of their key takeaways of that learning. So that's one example. Here's another similar example. So here we were doing a lesson or multiple different lessons on Industrial Revolution, and through these multiple different lessons we had students, as they were reading each section or each chapter, have them fill this graphic organizer on the benefits of Industrial Revolution and the costs of Industrial Revolution. And then students use this to write an essay later on in the semester. So again, this is what we call graphic organizers. And I'll share a few more in a bit. If you're a math teacher, you can also use graphic organizers. So here, this is a really cool thing a Japanese researcher came up with to use number lines to teach equivalence of fractions in the Japanese curriculum. And what I want you to focus here is that if you look down this number line, so it's 0 to 1, and if you go down this number line right in the middle, what you're teaching student is 1/2 is the same as 2 parts in 4, it's the same as 3 parts in 6, it's the same as 4 parts in 8, and it's the same as 5 parts in 10. You're teaching them equivalence here using this graphic organizer so they can visually see what does that look like. My teacher tells me 5/10 is same as half, but how does it look like? And this can show them what that looks like. So it can be a strategy. If they're using fractions, if they're solving fraction problems, it helps them understand what that value looks like. Is 3/8 better than 4 parts in 8? And they can look at this and in a visual, they can understand which value is higher or lower by just visually looking at it. If you're a writing teacher and you do creative writing, it's easy to tell the students, oh, write a story about something. But if you give them a strategy like this one, it helps them with planning. So going back to the previous feedback someone gave on the essay is that use bullet points or write a chronological order. So that was their strategy, use chronological order. So just put a timeline, put the events on a timeline, and then do it. Here, the teacher is having students do creative writing of a story. So they're showing them that the first part of your writing needs to be an introduction on what the story is about. Then you need to have some kind of incident. That incident needs to become really severe. Then there's something like a climax, then everything's getting better, there's a resolution, and then there's a conclusion. So as students are writing the essay, they have some structure that they can follow when they're writing the essay. So they can literally have each of those words as their headers, and they can write them thinking about, am I addressing each aspect of it? Because writing is an unstructured task. Right? If I just say write an essay and don't give them any strategy, I'm going to get 30 different types of essays coming out of my classroom. But if I give them this structure and say you have to address each of these points shown in this graphic organizer here, then they have some structure to doing the task, and your students' essays might look much more similar in the structure than they would otherwise. And again, I'll dive into writing instruction a little bit more later today. So then the question becomes, how do we teach these strategies to students? Do we just tell them, go ahead and do it? Or do we use the explicit instruction framework? So again here, if I want students to, let's say, go over the benefits and costs of Industrial Revolution, what I might do as a teacher myself is when they read a certain passage, I'll stop and I'll say, I think the benefits of Industrial Revolution in this passage are, and I'll write it down, and I think the costs of Industrial Revolution are, I'll write it down, because the text says that Industrial Revolution caused lots of air pollution, and I think that's a cost which can be harmful to humans. Thinking out loud to my students, and then writing it in there to show what it looks like, so modeling that behavior. When you get to the next section, what we do with students is we ask them, what do you think are the benefits? Can you share it? And when they share it, we write it down and say, why do you think that's a benefit? Where in the text does it tell you that's a benefit? And then they have to go back at the text and give you a reason for it. And then we might ask the students again, what do you think are the costs of Industrial Revolution in this passage, and why do you think that? So the why is really, really important, because that's where the critical thinking is happening. That's where they're connecting what they're learning from the text to making sense of filling this graphic organizer. So if you're doing the explicit instruction framework, you want to show how to use this before you have them do it independently for them to be able to be successfully using this throughout their lessons. So what I'm going to focus on in the next part, and I just want to check to see if this is our break time or not. Ben, is this the break time for tea? Okay, great. So we'll break for tea for 15 minutes, and when we come back, we're going to focus on reading comprehension and how to improve that, and then get into writing instruction as well. So enjoy your tea or coffee, and then we'll come back in 15 minutes. get started. So the next section of our presentation or this workshop is going to focus on how to help students understand what they're reading. And I'm sure many of you do many different practices to ensure that students are learning and they can showcase their learnings in many different ways. But again, the challenge becomes with students who have learning disabilities in the mainstream classroom is that they are what we call passive readers. They're not active readers. And what a passive reader is someone who's just reading something, and after a while you ask them, what did you read about? And they're like, I have no idea what I read about. Maybe it happens to you sometimes. It happens to me quite a lot. I'll read something and after a while I'm like, I don't know what I just read. So I just go and reread it. That's my strategy. But there are many different strategies to change students from being passive readers to active readers. And with the help of these strategies, what it does is it ensures that when they're reading, there are stop points for them to stop and check for their understanding before they go on to the next part. And what's also helpful with these strategies is that teachers can monitor students' progress. They can check to see are students understanding, not by just asking them if they are, because they'll always say yes, but checking to see their work or having them give some responses to see if they're understanding or not. So I'm going to spend some time talking about some different strategies. So the first one is what we call teacher-generated questions. And so this is where a teacher, before the lesson, so this is something you're doing before the start of the lesson, you read the chapter or you read the text that the students are going to read in your class the next day. So it could be to do with a poem, it could be history, it could be geography, it could be a science text, whatever your domain. What we have teachers do is the day before, they read the text, and at the end of every section, teachers put a question to help students check for their understanding. And these questions can fall into different categories. So the first one is what we call a right there question. So these are generally factual information, like what is the name of the animal we're studying about? Or what was the location of the war? Something they can look in the text and find the answer right away. It's a right there question. They just need to revisit the text. The second question is what we call think and search questions, which means the question is asking the students to combine information from different sentences or different paragraphs and then come up with the answer. So for example, a question might be, what was the author feeling, or what was the character feeling at the end of his journey? So here the student has to look at various different aspects of what the author was feeling to get to that answer. So they need to look for information in many parts of the text and combine that information to give the answer. This is a slightly higher order thinking. The first one is an easy one, and that's a good question to ask too, a right there question. So if you have students who are struggling, maybe you want to start with asking them a right there question to show them they are successful. When they're successful, you move to the question where they have to think and search for the answer. And I'll share some examples with you. And the last one is an author and me question. So to answer this question, the student must connect the information in the text to their own life experiences. So for example, I think I was talking to some group yesterday and they were talking about endangered animals in the country, and one of the questions that they think they would ask the student is, do you go hunting? Right? So if you go hunting, how do you think that impacts species becoming endangered? So this is where they're connecting their personal experience to what they're reading. And this is what we also call inference making, where students are making inferences of what they're reading based on their personal experience. And this might be the last type of question and answer, to see, can students not just tell you the right there questions, but can they integrate that information of the text with their own experiences and make that connection to give a response. So here are some examples of these. So for example, here students are reading about renewable energy, and they're reading about an example from Denmark where the capital city of Copenhagen is a really advanced city in sustainable renewable energy, and they have a goal that by 2050 they're going to be fossil fuel free, which means they're not going to use petrol, they're not using diesel, so that's their goal. So we ask students first a right there question, which is, what is Denmark's goal regarding fossil fuel use by 2020? If they look at the first sentence, they can get that answer that their goal is to be fossil fuel free. So very easy question, a good way to check students' understanding, and if they're struggling, you can just have them direct them back to the text, say, can you read the first 2 or 3 sentences and give me your answer then? So again, redirecting them instead of giving them the answer. The second type of question is the think and search question. So in this text here, we're talking about coastlines across 2 weeks. And one of the aspects we talk about coastlines is the topic of erosion, which happens a lot here, I guess, where the landslides happen and they come onto the road, which has happened here right now because of the rain. So that's because of erosion, right? The soil is eroding and that's why it's coming down onto the highway. So here what we do is we have students read a passage around the various reasons that erosion happens. And the question is, how does the ocean contribute to the erosion of coastlines? So here, students have to read multiple different paragraphs, combine that information, and then give you the answer of what are the various contributing factors. Kind of like that example of the essay that you read a little while earlier about the causes of British leaving India. They have to read multiple different texts, combine that information, and then write that essay. So that's the think and search strategy, where we're not asking them to relate it to their personal life yet. We just want to know, can they combine information across different texts to answer that question. And then the last one is the author and me question, which is describe some of the sustainable aspects of Copenhagen and Singapore. So here we have students read about Copenhagen and how that's a sustainable city, what are the different things that they're doing, and then we have students read about Singapore doing very similar things. Now here we're having them combine information from 2 different texts that they're reading, and based on what they think are sustainable aspects, they can pick and choose. They can pick 1 from Copenhagen, 1 from Singapore, or 2 from each. So it's up to them. We let them decide how many they want to choose. So it almost becomes an author and me question. It's like, what do I think is sustainable in Copenhagen? What do I think is sustainable in Singapore? And I can write that. So different levels of questions that students can answer with the teacher-embedded question. What I want you to be mindful about is when you're starting this, always start with the write there question. And especially if you have students who are struggling with reading or have learning difficulties in your classroom, start with the write there question. It helps them build their self-confidence that they can answer questions. When they're able to answer the write there question, that's when you want to move next to the think and search questions, where they have to look at various different texts or connect to a previous lesson and make that inference between the 2 texts. So different types of questions leading to slightly different responses from the students. Also, if you have different groups of students, so if you have groups of students, one group of students very proficient, highly skillful in terms of reading and answering, they easily answer the write there question, don't ask them the write there question. Ask them the author and me questions. Give them some time to think about it while you ask simpler questions or the write there questions to students who are struggling. So you can separate students into slightly different groups as well and give them slightly different questions to help them showcase their learning. So depending on the skill level, your questions can be different for different groups of students. Does that make sense? Okay. Questions? The other type of questions, which requires a little bit more teaching, is student-generated question. And this is really important. So the teacher-generated question is almost like modeling. You're showing the students how to generate questions. The student generation question is almost like independent practice, because the idea of the questions is that you want students to do this activity independently. Because sometime in their life, they're not going to have a teacher who's going to put questions for them for everything that they're reading. They should be able to critically think about what they're reading and ask questions about the text. So for example, if you have a student in high school reading a newspaper article, you're not going to go and put your questions in the newspaper article, right? You want them to think critically. Why is this journalist saying this? Is this true? Or how is this different from the article I read yesterday? Those are self-generated questions. And maybe some of you do that too when you're reading a book. You know, if you come to a point where you don't understand something, you might ask yourself a question as to why is the author saying that? And you might go back a few pages to check what the information was. So to help with your comprehension, self-generated questions are making students independent over a period of time. But again, when you want students to write self-generated questions, that requires modeling, guided practice, and independent practice before they can do it on their own. So for example, the first thing we do is we don't assume that students know how to ask questions. So we're doing this with standard 6, 7, and 8 students. The first thing we start with when we're teaching them self-generated question is we go through all the different question stems and what they mean. Now, you might think, you know, standard 6 students, they should know how to write questions, but I'm not going to make that assumption. I'm going to tell my students, maybe you already know this, but I just want to make sure I cover each of the question types and what those questions lead to, and I might even give them something like this card or a paper printed on it or written on it where they have a reference point to go back to on what each of these questions mean. So who is about a person, where is about a place, and why is asking for reasons, for example. So I will explicitly teach that to the students and not make the assumption that they already know this. So that's the first starting point. The second part is when they read about a passage, so here again they're on the topic of coastlines and they're reading about how people affect shores. So how does construction work change the shoreline, right? So even with the hills, for example, a lot of construction happening around Kohima or Dimapur might be impacting how the erosions are happening faster because of the construction, right? So we have them read about it, and then we say, write a question to this passage that starts with what, where, how, who, or why. And the point of that is that we want students to write that question and see if they can answer their own question. If they can't answer their own question, then the strategy is please go back and reread the text so you can answer your own question. What we also do with this work is that we put students in pairs. Students write their own generated question and they ask their peer if they can answer the question. And if they can't, then again the strategy is go and reread the text. Remember, in terms of comprehension and understanding, it's not a race. It's not how fast you can read. It's not how fast you can finish the lesson. It's about how deeply you can understand what you're reading. And pausing and reflecting on what you've just read is really, really important for the students to self-reflect independently to know, did I understand what I just read? And if not, what's my strategy? Ask myself a question, go back and reread the text. I don't know if many of you might do this, but when I read, I do a lot of highlights. I highlight a lot of text. I sometimes also write notes if I have questions or if I think something's interesting, and that really helps me remember what I read as well. So these are all strategies active readers do to ensure that they're reading and learning. So for example, if you're marking a student's essay, you're probably doing a lot of scribbling on the side before you go to the marks at the end, right? And the reason you do that is so that you can look at all your comments and then decide on what mark the student is getting. Same way, we want students to do the same thing when they're reading, to engage with the text and not just read it and shut the book and go home because they're not going to remember anything. So the self-questioning strategy, again, is a really effective strategy. A lot of research supporting it is that students who can ask themselves questions about the text they're reading, they're better able to understand what they're reading. They're better able to check their own understanding because teachers are not going to always be around to give them those teacher or text-generated questions. They should be able to do it independently. So this is a great strategy in making your students independent learners. Okay, so that was one example of it. And then another example, building on that, is having students write short summaries. So we saw an example of this yesterday on writing main idea statements. So here, for example, students are reading about a person called Billie Jean King. So these chapters were focusing on reading about famous people from all around the world. I think we have a woman boxer from northeast of India in that as well. Mary Kom, is she from somewhere in the east of India? That's right. So we have Mary Kom in these passages too. And students read about famous women from around the world. And what we have them do again is ask, who is this passage mostly about? What are some keywords? And then using the keywords, we have them write a short summary. So again, first the teacher models, showing them what the keywords look like, how to write a summary, what does that look like, do guided practice with the student, and then have them do it independently. If your students can write a main idea statement in 10, 20, 30 words about what they've just read, if they read about World War, if they read about Shakespeare, if they read about some poet from Nagaland, and they're able to tell you that in 10 to 15 words, that's really hard. Writing concisely in short is really, really hard. And if they can do that, what they're doing is that they're processing all that information and summarizing it in a short way to showcase their understanding. It's a great way to check for students' understanding. So if you are doing a lot of reading in your classroom, end the lesson with a short summary. But before you ask students to write a short summary, show them how it is done. Explicitly, step by step, show them how to think about writing a short summary. So here, it shows students how to think about it. So think about who this passage is mostly about, write the 3 keywords, and then use that above information to write the short summary. I also tell some of my students the keywords are kind of like hashtags. So I don't know how many of you use social media like Instagram. Anyone use Instagram here? I don't. I know my wife does. But if any of you do, when you post a picture on Instagram, you have to put hashtags. Like, what is this picture about? Mountains, travel, food. And so the keywords are like those hashtags. It's telling the reader a lot about what they've just read. And students can use those keywords to write their main idea statement. So again, explicitly explaining that to them. Here's another example where we combine all 3 strategies. So we've taught students all those 3 strategies in the past. We have them read about conservation heroes, people who work to protect the planet, like forest rangers or similar roles that people are doing to conserve nature. And the first thing we do is have them write a question about what they have just read, that they want to know more about, write some keywords of the passage, and then also write a summary sentence using the keywords. And what you will see is that the sentence space that we're providing them is slightly more, which means we're expecting them to write more. They can start with writing short passages or 10 words or 20 words, but you can build on that to, again, improve their writing skills. And there's a lot of association between reading and writing, which is that students who are good readers generally develop as good writers, and if they're good writers, they generally develop as good readers. So it helps each other in terms of improving their skill set. And then the last thing that we do is active reading strategies. So like I said earlier, students who are struggling, who have learning disabilities, they're passive readers, don't engage with the text. So we explicitly teach them how to do that by this activity that we call Does It Make Sense? And what we do in the Does It Make Sense is that we write a sentence and we ask the student, do you think the sentence makes sense? So I'm going to ask you if the first sentence makes sense. So it says, urban settlements are big villages. If you think the sentence makes sense, raise your hand. Okay? If you think the sentence does not make sense, raise your hand. Okay, I see some half hands going up. That's right, the sentence does not make sense. So what we're doing here is we are making the students critically evaluate the sentence they're reading and reshaping their mindset into being active reader by questioning the author. A lot of our students don't question the author because they think whatever is written down is factual and I have to agree with it, but we want them to be critical. We want them to question what they're reading, to become independent thinkers. And so here, for example, we ask the student, does the sentence make sense? The student would say, no, this sentence does not make sense. And we'll ask them, how can we correct it? So the correction here would be, urban settlements are big cities, not villages, right? The third sentence is, people living in rural areas often work in farming or forestry. That sentence makes sense. So we mix it up. We give them some sentences that make sense, some sentences that don't make sense. The beautiful thing about does it make sense is that it can apply to any context. So for example, if you're teaching students punctuations, right? Put in sentences that have correct punctuations and put in sentences that have incorrect punctuations and have students tell you where the punctuation error lies to showcase their learning or if the comma is put correctly or the semicolon is put correctly. If you're teaching them about spellings, put in sentences that have spelling mistakes, and some sentences that have no spelling mistakes, and then ask them where is the error to have them corrected. So whatever your focus, be it spelling, be it poetry, be it World War I, be it any kind of topic you're engaging in, be it science, you can create these sentences and have students check. The important thing about the does it make sense is that you must have some sentences that make sense, because then students have to really think about where is the error. Because if all sentences don't make sense, that makes it easy for them to know everything's a problem, right? And they can put a cross everywhere. So you mix it up and you make it slightly engaging for them. What we also do with students, and if you can spot the difference here, you can see in the first week, the sentence we are giving students is maybe one sentence long. By the time they're in week 9 or week 10 of their studies, those sentences have gotten much longer, getting a little bit more complex. So you don't want to keep it dumbed down for students. You want to increase the intensity slowly and steadily. Just like, if you're working out, if you're exercising or if you're running, you gradually increase the level of intensity of your workout to keep up with getting stronger, right? Same way with learning, you might want to start with something that's simpler, but move to something that becomes more complex. So think about it, if you're teaching adjectives, if you're teaching verbs, if that's your lesson, make the does it make sense focus adjectives and verbs that are placed incorrectly, spelled incorrectly, and have students correct that for you. If you're teaching vocabulary, make that the focus of your does it make sense, where you use that same word in different contexts and ask the student, does this word make sense in different contexts? So whatever your lesson may be, you can create does it make sentences. And what I'll show you later after lunch break is how to make these really easily depending on what you want later in the day. So this is an activity, and I do a lot of work with students who have learning difficulties in primary and secondary schools, and I must tell you, I go and do these children, and students love this activity because they get to be what they call detectives, right? So they're sort of looking for where the answer is wrong, and it becomes a really fun activity. You can also do this work where students are working in small groups or in pairs, and they share their responses at the end of it. But again, when you start this activity, you want to do the first one by showing students what this activity is. So if I'm doing this for the first time, I'll say, I'm going to read the first sentence and I'll tell you if it makes sense or not. So I'll read the sentence saying, urban settlements are big villages. And I'll think out loud by saying, I don't think that sentence makes sense because from what we read, urban settlements are big cities, not villages. So I think we need to change the word villages to cities. I'll do that and then I'll do some guided practice. So you see, what I'm doing is I'm thinking out loud, telling the students how I'm getting to that answer in a very explicit and clear way, so there's no room for students to misunderstand what this activity looks like. So this is a really, really good activity that you can adopt to any subject that you're teaching, any age group that you're teaching, to check for students' understanding at the end of your lesson. Questions? Thoughts? Okay. What I also wanted to share is that if students are reading a much longer chapter, so let's say you're doing something like history or you're doing science, and they have a whole textbook where the chapter goes on for 3 or 4 or 5 pages, you don't want to wait till the end of the chapter to ask them questions about what they've understood or not. So what we do here, if you can see this, is they read 2 paragraphs about life before industrialization, and here it says, pause here and work on your compare and contrast table. So what we're doing is that before the students read the whole thing, we're making them stop, check for their understanding, do some writing by completing the graphic organizer, and your graphic organizer might look different from someone else's, and that tells the teacher, so this is also a way of eliciting responses, where the teacher can just walk around and see what students are writing and giving corrective feedback if possible, or positive feedback if possible, and then moving on with the lesson. If there is some misunderstanding, that's a good time to correct that misunderstanding before they go to the next section. So it's really quick feedback before they complete the whole thing, then coming back to it. So much easier to do it. So as a teacher, if you have your own textbook, you can put like a sticky or some notes for yourself saying, this is the point I'm going to start, stop, and have students Either answer a teacher-generated question, either have them generate their own question, or fill in something like a graphic organizer that relates to the topic they're engaging with. Here's another one about pausing and reflecting during reading. So here, these lessons were focused on revolutions. So we talk about various different revolutions from around the world, and students are reading about the most recent revolution which happened in the Arab world, the Arab Revolt, where in Egypt and other places there was a lot of revolt. At the end of each section that they're reading, this is a teacher-generated question that we've embedded for students to stop, think about what they've read, answer that, share that, and then move on. So you can see reading and understanding is a lot of going forward, coming back, and then going forward again. It's not linear. So here, for example, if students read the first 2 paragraphs and they can't answer the question, they need to go back and reread the text or ask the teacher for clarification before they move to the next section. So it's reading, answering. If you can't answer, go back, check for understanding, then move ahead. It's not like a train that's going straight on. Okay? So to ensure that students understand what they're reading, it's really, really important to spend some time to ensure that they're monitoring the comprehension of the text that they're reading. Okay, so I'm going to pause now, and what we're going to do is some teacher reflection. So this is slightly lengthy activity. You don't have to read everything in here. So if you go to page 11, which says Activity 5, Part 1, this passage is taken from one of our lessons about the Black Plague. So the Black Plague, again, was a pandemic that happened in Europe where millions of people died because of the Black Plague. And so what we have is we have students read this whole passage. So what I want you to do is in your pairs, compare part 1 and then part 2. It's the exact same text. What I want you to discuss is what is different. The text is exactly the same, but the way students are engaging with the text is slightly different. So look at part 1 and then look at part 2, and in your pairs discuss what do you think is different. And again, the text is exactly the same, the strategy is different. Okay, so I'm going to walk around to see what you think, and then we'll move on to activity 3 as well. answer. No, you don't have to answer. You don't have to answer the question. It's okay, you are. So I got some really good answers on what the difference was between part 1 and part 2. So some of you said part 1 was really long and the questions came right at the end, whereas in part 2, each subheading was broken into sort of smaller sections. So the longer text was broken into smaller sections with questions embedded by the teacher to ensure students are understanding or not. Some of you also highlighted to me that compared to part 1, part 2 had subsection headings, right? So it had a heading which tells the student what they're going to read about in that section. You can also use a strategy called making predictions, where you can ask the student, the next section is about impact of feudalism. What do you think we're going to read about in that section? And you might have some students tell you something which you're like, oh, that's interesting, let's see if that's true or not. So that strategy is called making predictions, where students look at the title or the cover of a book or just the heading, and they have to make a prediction of what is happening, and then you ask them if the prediction came true or not. So again, having them thinking about the text before they even start reading the text. And as some of you told me, which I've forgotten, that some of the words are also bolded in part 2. And the reason for the bolded is that those are the words that we've taught the students before they read the passage. So we explicitly taught those words on what they mean, gave them some examples of it, did some activity on that word. So what we're highlighting is that we've just taught you this word, and here it is in this context to make sure that you know what it means now. And if you don't, this is a good time to ask us what that means, and you can reteach that word. And that's why some of those words are bolded as well. Those words are also bolded because they can help students write the main idea statement. So if you think about scaffolding, what I'm doing here is I'm scaffolding to the students, saying the bolded words are the key words. So if you're thinking about writing your main idea statement, use the bolded words. So some kind of scaffold to support the students' learning. Okay, so what I'm going to ask you to do now is look at part 2 and look at part 3 and tell me What is the difference in part 2 and part 3? So again, the text is exactly the same. Okay, so it seems pretty obvious to everyone that part 2 is the teacher-generated question and part 3 is the student-generated question. Now, the one thing I want you to think about is, which is better? Is teacher-generated question better or student-generated question better? And the answer is, neither is better than the other. What we're actually doing in those lessons is when students come on a Monday, for example, they read activity 2, where they read the text, answer teacher-generated questions. When they come on a Tuesday, they read the text by themselves and generate their own questions. Why do you think we're having them read the same text again? Is it a waste of time to have them reread the text again? Why do you think we're making them reread the text again? That's right. So the answer to that is that what I've been talking about a lot today is that comprehension is not a race. Sometimes revisiting. Have you ever watched a movie 2 times? And when you watched it the second time, did you notice things you had not the first time? Right? Have you ever reread a book twice? Same thing happens. You pick on things that you had not picked on the first time. So to make sure your students have a deeper engagement with the text, it's really, really important sometimes to have them revisit that same text and reread the text, but answering slightly different questions, doing a slightly different activity. So in the first occasion, students have the support of the teacher-generated questions, so they're answering, we know they generally understood it. In the second activity, which is activity 3 here, part 3, where students are writing the self-generated questions, what the teacher is encouraging is having them think about, what else do I want to know about what I'm reading? How can I push my own learning to become an independent learner by thinking critically about what do I want to know more about this text? Right? So it's not that the teacher is going to tell you this all the time. You need to become an independent learner. So in that second reading activity, they're generating their own questions to push their own learning forward independently. And that's why when we have students read longer text, we generally have them come back the next day and reread it. And sometimes when they're rereading it, we might have them do it in pairs or do it independently or in small groups. So slightly different grouping system for them to do the same activity a second time, which makes it a little bit more interesting. Does that make sense? Okay, great. Okay, I'm going to shift gears a little bit, and this is a little fun activity we do with students. So look at this picture and tell me, what do you think is happening? I'm just going to walk around and I'm going to have to do that. So for those of you at the back who can't see the image correctly, this man is leading an elephant and he has a tripod, like a selfie stick with a camera, and he seems to be talking into the camera. So if you can't see it, that's what's... so let's see what you think is happening. Okay, great. This is really good. Okay, so what is happening here is this guy's name is Salagan, and he's live streaming on social media as he and his 4-ton elephant Lucky returned from their village somewhere in Thailand. And he's live streaming during the pandemic because tourists stopped coming in the pandemic. So some of you told me that he is vlogging, right? Or some of you told me that he is doing a YouTube live stream. What made you think that? Like, why did you think he was vlogging? You were right, absolutely. But why did you think that? Because he has something that he's streaming? Is that what you said? Okay, cool. So, how did she make that connection of this being a live stream? I think someone else made that connection too, that this was being live streamed. Is because sometime in the past, they have probably engaged with a YouTube or a blogger who they have followed on social media, and they are doing something similar where they have a selfie stick and they're walking around. The reason they were able to connect with that picture more accurately is not because they're smarter or anything. It's because they have some background knowledge. They have some experience in the past that has helped them make that connection of their personal life to the image up here. Same way with your students. When your students come into the classroom, some of them might have a little bit more background knowledge about the topic you're engaging with because their parents showed them that or because they had self-interest in learning that, compared to other students who may have lower levels of background knowledge on the topic. And as a teacher, what I'm going to talk about today is how can you improve students' background knowledge to help them make that connection. But before I move to that, I want to share one more thing with you. So, let's read this sentence. It says, the running back pass executed a perfect Hail Mary, launching the pigskin into the end zone. What are they talking about? Any wild guesses? What's that? Is that okay? Fantastic. Great. That's what we're talking about. So, that's right. So this is from a commentary of American football where the running back is like a position. Like, you know, in football you have a goalkeeper, a forward. The running back is a position. Executed a perfect Hail Mary, which is like a very dangerous pass. Launching the pigskin, which is another name for the American football, just like a cricket ball. American football is called pigskin, into the end zone, which is one area of the field. How did she know that? It's because she probably, somewhere in the past, has engaged with American football, right? And that's why she brings that background knowledge to improve her understanding. Because all of us can read this text, right? So our reading is totally fine. But because we lack the vocabulary knowledge, like here, for example, what is pigskin? Is it an actual pig's skin, or is it a football? To know that, you need to have that vocabulary knowledge, that background knowledge about American football to know what they're talking about. I'm going to share one more example. So what are they talking about here, which I think a lot of you will guess. So I'll read it out loud. It says, the pitch for the Boxing Day test here was a perfect track. There's this one's a little different. There's an even covering of grass and it's green grass. It's quite hard as well, says Saurabh Ganguly and Pami Magwangwa. This, they agree, is not a 300 pitch. Shane Warne says it would zip through even more underlines, but Sean Pollock reckons both teams might want to use the freshness early on. What are they talking about? Cricket? Did I hear cricket? Absolutely. When I show this paragraph to my students in America, they have no idea what is being talked about here. And that's because they don't have that background knowledge about cricket. It's very specific vocabulary. So when you're teaching domains like science, history, geography, there are very specific vocabulary words that the students must know to understand the text. And sometimes it's not about whether they can read the text or not. It's about how much background knowledge do they have, how much vocabulary knowledge do they have when they come into the classroom to read that text. And it's really, really important as a teacher to know what are some vocabulary words all my students should know before I start this lesson. And as a teacher, we need to be able to identify those vocabulary words, teach those explicitly before we start the lesson. Because otherwise, it's going to be like that pigskin example where the students are reading, but they have no clue what you're talking about because they don't have that background knowledge in history, geography, or science to understand the text. So I hope this example here and the previous one explains the real importance of their own knowledge and how important that is in them understanding what they're engaging with. And so before I share about how we can teach that, I just want to briefly, very briefly, touch upon a theory called the construction integration model. And what the construction integration model tells us is that when you are reading a text, your mind is making up several different meanings of the words you're reading, and it's really happening fast in your mind. So for example, when you came across the word pigskin, some of you thought of that being as actual pigskin, but some of you who have the background knowledge thought of that as an American football. So multiple meanings of a word are possible. And what is really important is that when you have the background knowledge, you can correctly construct the meaning of the text. So in the pigskin example, she correctly constructed it to being a football, whereas many of us, when I read it the first time, I had no clue what it was. I had to look it up on Google because I thought it was actually a pigskin. You know, that was my takeaway. So that's the construction part. So as you're reading, your mind is constructing multiple different meanings of the text it's reading. And then comes the integration part, where you integrate your own knowledge with the text you're reading to first remove any misfits. So if I know pigskin is a American football and not the actual pigskin, I can remove that meaning of the word about pigskin being the correct one. And I can strengthen the meaning. And that can only happen if I have the background knowledge on the topic. It's a really prominent theory which highlights the importance of knowing something about a topic before you engage with it. So, you know, you might be a really good reader, but if you pick up like a medical journal and you start reading about all the different words, you might have no clue what that means, right? And that's why you go to the doctor who can interpret it for you on what those findings mean, like your level of hemoglobin and your blood pressure. They can tell you, explain it to you what that means in language that you can understand. So it's really, really important that your students have some level of background knowledge in the topic they're engaging with before you start the lesson. And so what I'm going to talk about in terms of supporting students' reading comprehension, what we looked at before the break was using comprehension strategies, right? Asking questions, generating questions. But if you don't know the meaning of the words you're reading, how are you to generate your questions? How are you to answer those questions? So if you don't have that basic knowledge, those strategies are not going to be very helpful. So what I'm going to focus on is how can you build students' word knowledge, so their vocabulary knowledge, and how can you build their word knowledge, which is engaging with the topic in general and learning a little bit about the topic before they dive into the lesson they're going to engage in. And I'll talk about some practical approaches as well. So the focus of our next section is going to be developing students' background knowledge. So what I want to start with, I'm a data person, I do a lot of data work, so I want to start with some data. But let me explain what this is, okay? So here on the y-axis, we have the number of words a child can speak, different words. So how many vocabulary words they can speak. On the x-axis at the bottom is their age. So how many months old these children are in months. So for example, 16 months, 24 months, which is 2 years, or 30 months, which is 2.5 years old. So they have a lot of students, I think close to 10,000 students in the sample. And then there are different lines. So let me explain what each line means. So here we have some children who are starting at 16 months with close to 150 words that they can speak. And then at the bottom here, we have some children at 16 months who can speak maybe 2 or 3 or 4 words. So about a difference of 150 words at childhood. As they progress over a period of time from 16-month-old to 30-month-old, what you're seeing is that this gap is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And this is what is referred to in the literature as the Matthew effect. So the Matthew effect is a reference to a biblical reference actually, where the idea is that people who are rich keep getting richer and richer, and people who are poor sort of remain poor because they don't have the resources. Same way with vocabulary knowledge is that children who have better vocabularies when they're kids, they engage with the text more because it's easy for them. They understand it more. Kids who are not able to generate that many vocabulary words, they engage less with the text because they find it difficult. The lesser you engage with it, the lower your vocabulary becomes. The more you engage with it, the higher your vocabulary becomes. So you can see the difference of about 150 words at 16 months becomes a difference of almost 400 words by the time they are 30 months. And this gap keeps widening as they get into high school. So when you have students come into your primary schools, you might have some students who are on the upper end of the spectrum, and you might have quite a few students who are on the lower end of the spectrum. And what you have to think about as a teacher is that I have this diverse group of students in my classroom. If I'm only teaching to the top half of my classroom, the bottom half is never going to catch up because their vocabulary is going to be lower and lower. So as a teacher, one thing you have to really critically think about is you have to read the text to understand what are some words which are most important for every student to know in this passage. And we're going to do some activities in thinking about how to select those words. Once you've selected those words, you want to explicitly teach them, and I'll share some examples of that. So how do we teach vocabulary words? So here's the first scenario. There's a teacher in a classroom and she says, our first vocabulary word is covet. Do you know what covet means? So asking the students if anyone knows. And this kid at the back says, it's like not out there, like a secret something. And this kid picks up on it and says, oh yeah, it's like a secret something. And this kid goes, like covet it up. So what's happened here is that the word covet was misunderstood by one student, and everyone has picked up on that misunderstanding. And this is really important. So when they do studies in psychology where they're teaching students something, if you teach them the wrong way of doing something and then correct it and show them the right way, your brain generally remembers the first thing that it had learned. It generally remembers the wrong way, if that's how it was taught. So this is not a helpful practice in teaching vocabulary. Asking your students what the meaning of an important word is not helpful, because if some student gives the wrong answer, all your students are going to remember that wrong answer, even if you make that correction later on by saying, no, correct does not mean that. It's going to not happen. Let's look at a second scenario. So the teacher again goes, our first vocabulary word is covet. Jack, please read the definition from the dictionary. And Jack says, in the dictionary it says, to wish for greatly or with envy. Now, this is okay, but it's still problematic, because when they were making the Oxford Dictionary and the Cambridge Dictionary, they had a challenge that they had to keep the meanings as short as possible, because the dictionary could only be this big. So the definitions in the dictionary sometimes are very, very confusing. Like sometimes you go read a definition in the Oxford Dictionary or the Cambridge, and it will use the word in the meaning, and you're like, I don't know what this means. So dictionary meanings are not very helpful many times. So reading from the dictionary can be a good strategy for students to learn independently, but if you're teaching it, you don't want to use the dictionary meanings. So then what do? So in the third scenario, the teacher starts by saying, our first vocabulary word is covet. Here is a definition. If you covet something that someone else has, you want it and wish it belonged to you. Have you ever coveted anything? So in this definition, the teacher is doing two things. One, she's not asking the students, she's telling them what it is. And two, she's not using the dictionary meaning. She's giving them what we call a student-friendly definition, which means she's explaining the meaning of word in a language that students can understand. So if you compare this meaning to the previous one, which is to wish or wish for greatly or with envy, many of your students might not know what envy means, right? So that becomes complicated. But here, the teacher's done a really good job in sharing with the students the meaning of a word in a way that they can understand, and she has a follow-up question to check for students' understanding. So she says, covet means, to covet something means that you want something that someone else has, and have you ever felt that way? So connecting students' own experiences to that knowledge that they're gaining to help for a deeper understanding of the new word. And so here the student says, ooh, my cousin got this cool new bike. When I saw it, I wanted it so bad. So the student's making the right connection based on the example the teacher has provided. So teaching vocabulary requires a little bit of a nuance where you provide students with a clear definition and do some kind of follow-up activity to ensure that they have understood it. So let's look at some ways you can teach vocabulary. So I'm going to start with a word which I'm hoping no one has heard before, because I picked it up from the Urban Dictionary. So the word is whoopee. What word? All right, great. So today we're going to learn the word whoopee. Let's say the word together, so thank you for saying it. The definition for the word whoopee is a rich, retired person who is able to live an active lifestyle. Here's how you can use it in a sentence. I met a whoopee who was sailing across the Pacific Ocean with her partner. And here are some images of some whoopies, rich, retired people who are doing activities in the future. So what I'm also doing here when I'm doing vocabulary instruction, and if possible you should always do it, is I'm using imagery. When you can connect to an imagery, it becomes much easier for them to recall the meaning of the word. So imagery can be a really powerful way of teaching new vocabulary words. And then I have a follow-up question for the students, which is, describe a time when you met a whoopee and what they were doing. So I'm asking them a follow-up question to tell me what it is. So generally, when you're teaching a new vocabulary word, the first thing is you want to say it out loud and have the students repeat it, because you want to make sure that they can say the word. You know, the pronunciation is there. If there are any pronunciation errors, have them say it a second time. The second thing is to provide a really clear definition that is student-friendly. And I'll share some resources with you where you can find student-friendly definitions. There are some new online dictionaries that provide some really good definitions which are easy and in students' language. The third thing is you want to share an example of what that looks like, maybe with an image. And then the last thing you want to do is do some kind of activity where they engage with the word and share their own experiences of what that word means to them. Like here, the activity is to share a time when they met a whoopee. Okay, so here's a general framework of teaching vocabulary words, which is clearly say what's the word they're learning, say the word together, give the definition, and use it in a sentence. So here are some examples we've developed at Durham University. So for example, the word here is industrialization. The student-friendly definition is industrialization is when people start using machines and technology to make things on a larger scale instead of making items by hand. What you will notice in the definition is these are words that are very simple and that most students can understand. We're not using any complicated words. Then we provide them with an example, like the printing press, and we also provide them with a non-example. Why do you think a non-example is helpful? So here, for example, the non-example is a local craftsman hand-weaving wooden sculptures. So one reason why non-examples are helpful is that you're telling the student what the word means, but you're also telling them what it does not mean, to help give them a much more clearer picture of in which context can this word be used. Similarly, in the other example here, it is adapt, and it says adapt means to change or adjust in order to fit into new situations or handle different challenges. We tell them how this person is adapting to the different weather by wearing different clothes. But we also give them a non-example of a person who refuses to change their routine to try new things, even when faced with different situational challenges. So they're not adapting. So what it is and what it is not as well. So non-examples can be really powerful in showing students what the meaning of the word is. So here, what we also do, we use two similar words at the same time to teach students. So we teach them what sustainable is, but at the same time, we're also teaching them unsustainable. So if there are words that are clear, antonyms, or similar, it's good to teach them together at the same time so they can see which one works or not. And when we teach them both these words, then we do an extension activity. So I'll do it with you, for example. So here, sustainable means doing things in a way that can continue for a long time. Unsustainable is something that you do that cannot be continued for a long time. So use of renewable energy, sustainable, use of fossil fuels, not sustainable. And then I tell my students, I'll say, I will read some sentences. If you think the sentence relates to something that is sustainable, say sustainable. If not, say unsustainable. So I'll do it for you. More houses in the city are relying on solar and wind power to generate electricity. Very good. What I'm doing here is I'm also having students use the word, so they're saying it out loud. Also, I'm getting to check for their understanding. A community starting a recycling program for plastic and paper. Very good. Okay, if I can get this to work. Oops. Okay, and I did have, yes. Overfishing in the ocean leading to decline in fish populations. That's right. So we give them multiple different examples where we're giving them different context in where this word is being used and have them think critically whether it's sustainable or unsustainable. What's that doing is that I'm not just teaching them the word and moving on. I'm doing a little bit of an extension activity to engage them in a more deeper engagement to showcase their learning. So again, I'm eliciting responses from students to check for their understanding and also showing them the various contexts in which this word can be taught. Okay, so here are some other examples of example and non-example. So for example, in this lesson we taught students what the word athlete means. So we teach them an athlete is someone who's a professional sports person and engaging in some physical activity. And so we say, if I read about a person who might be an example of an athlete, say he or she is an athlete. If not, don't say anything. So the first one. Jerry is training for the next World Swimming competition. He wants to win it this time. So hopefully students say he's an athlete. So again, we're showing students the different contexts in which this might appear without using the word, and have them use the word to tell us whether they understood or not. So this is one example of an extension activity. Here's another one where we teach them the word erosion, and we say, I will read a few sentences, listen carefully. If they are examples of erosion, say, that's erosion. If not, don't say anything. So first one is planting trees in a field. Not erosion, no one says anything. The gradual wearing of the beach due to action of the waves. That's erosion. So again, we're having students repeat the word and share whether they've understood the meaning of the text we've taught them. And these activities don't take a lot of time to do in the classroom and could literally be done in 2 or 3 minutes before you start the lesson. So what you're doing is that you're picking some important words that students are going to engage with in the text they're going to read, and you're making sure they have a really deep understanding of those words before they start the lesson. So what you're doing is you're setting your students up for success by doing this word building activity before they start the lesson. Here's another activity where we have students turn and talk. So for example, we teach them the word urbanization. We use an image to show what urbanization looks like, provide some synonyms, example of how it is used, example of urbanization like New York City, non-example of a small town, and then the extension activity here is choose a position, small town or big city. Tell your partner 2 benefits of living in a small town or a big city. So again, it's not like turn to your partner and tell them what it means. It's having them deeply engage with them, like, what does it mean to live in a big city? What does that urbanization mean? And what are some benefits that I think are for? So what we're doing is we're tapping into their background knowledge to bring to their understanding of the text. So really important to think about how you can deeply engage students. And again, at the end of today's session, I'll show you how you can easily develop these for your lessons without much effort with some access to the internet. You can also do some writing activity after you teach a vocabulary lesson. So for example here, you give students what we call sentence stems. So here, the sentence stem is mother and daughter were exhilarated when, and then students have to come up with an example of what might have happened to make them excited and exhilarated. The second one is the teacher implored her student to. So in what context might students use this? So if you've taught them what the word implore means, which is to plead to someone, you want the students to show they can use it in a different context. So hopefully your students would say, the teacher implored the students to stop copying in their tests, if that's what they were doing, right? So you want to see our students able to showcase their learning by doing something extra. You can also do idea stems. So here, for example, if you've taught the word revolution, you can ask the students, think of a time when there was a need for a revolution. Write 3 or 4 sentences. So why might some places need a revolution? So you might say the government is very powerful or corrupt, or people don't have opportunities, there's a lot of poverty, whatever that reason might be. You want students to think about it after you've taught them the word. So here we teach them the word revolution, give a student-friendly definition, example, non-example, and then this becomes an extension activity for them to deeply engage with the word before they start reading about the revolution. So again, trying to connect to their background knowledge and connect that to their learning before they move ahead. Okay, so when we think about vocabulary teaching, all vocabulary words fall into 3 categories, and these are called tier 1, 2, and 3. So let me explain what that means. So tier 1 are your everyday words, mostly verbs like think, run, your prepositions at, on, between. These words don't require deep vocabulary lessons. You can teach them briefly if students don't know and move on. You don't need to spend time giving example and non-example and teaching it explicitly. You don't need to. Then you have tier 2 words, which are what we call high frequency words, which occur across different subjects. And these are the words we want to teach students, because once you teach them in one context, they can use that in many different subjects. So for example, a lot of adjectives would fall in this category. So for example, elderly, analyze, blush, process would be some high frequency words that you might teach, depending on the lesson you're teaching. And then you have tier 3 words. These are what we call low frequency words that occur only in some subject areas. So think about if you're teaching science and there's a word that is a very scientific word that only relates to that topic and does not appear in history text or geography text or English literature. Those are very domain specific, very subject specific, and don't occur in many different areas. So generally, we don't recommend teaching low frequency words because it's not as effective as teaching tier 2 words. But sometimes as a teacher, you might think that a low frequency word is important for students to know in the lesson, and you might think about teaching that. So let's see how we can pick some words to teach a lesson. So let me do this first. So here, for example, we were teaching students about industrialization, and we thought the words labor, unprecedented, correlation, and causation were the most important words for students to learn before they started reading the text. So we create the vocabulary lesson, add some images, and teach those explicitly to students. So for example, here we have an example sentence, the example of what labor looks like, a non-example of what labor looks like. So relaxing on a weekend is not labor, building a house is labor. So what I'm going to do with you now is I've written a text about Mount Saramati in Nagaland. I hope it's factual. If there are any factual errors, please let me know. And based on this, what I want you to think about is which words would you teach? I'm going to give you a couple of minutes and I'll share which word I think I will teach in the next slide, but I'll have you think about it. So independently or in your pairs, read the text and think about which vocabulary word is most important for your students to read. I believe the text is also available in your books, your booklets on page 17. And as you're reading it, maybe write which words you think are tier 1, which one are tier 2, and which words are tier 3. Okay? And then we'll do it together. Okay, really good. I think a lot of you got this activity bang on, so kudos to you for getting it right. I'm going to read one of the lists that I picked up. So in the tier 1 words, they have animals, winter, and beautiful. In the tier 2 word, they have rare, hikers, steep, colorful, flowers, peak, adventure, wildlife, mountain. And in tier 3, they have words like Mount Saramati, Nagaland, Naga people, Myanmar, and clouded leopard. And this is a really good list. So there is no hard and fast rule of where a word falls. It depends a lot on what you're teaching, what students are going to read, and very, very important, your students' reading levels. So what I mean by that is, the question that I was asked is, should the word beautiful be a tier 1 or a tier 2 word? So it depends. For example, if I'm teaching students in the first standard, beautiful might be a tier 2 word because many of my students may not know it. If I'm teaching 6th standard students, beautiful would be a tier 1 word because I would expect most of my students to know what the word beautiful means. So there is no hard and fast rule, there's no science to if a particular word is tier 1, tier 2 or tier 3. It matters a lot on the context. It matters a lot on your students' vocabulary level. So if your students you think don't know a certain word, then that's a tier 2 word. If all your students know that word, then it's a tier 1 word. Okay? Now, the difficult part becomes you have this tier 2 word list, and a lot of you have the longest list for most of you was the tier 2 words. The challenge now becomes is which words are you going to teach? Because you can't teach 15 words in a session, that will just be too much. Generally, the recommendation is to teach maybe 2 or 3 words using the format we saw earlier, which was provide a definition, an example, a non-example, an image, and maybe an extension activity. If you're doing that, 2 or 3 words is the maximum you want to do in one session. Now, how do you pick which of the tier 2 words you're going to teach? Again, as a teacher, you want to think about what is the main idea of this passage that I want my students to take away. And as you're thinking about the main idea, which of these tier 2 words are falling into my main idea statement? If there are some tier 2 words which are falling into your main idea statement, which means those are the most important words my students should know, those are the words you want to teach. So again, there is no science to picking which vocabulary words you're going to teach your students. It really depends on, as a teacher, what do you think are some words that all students should know to make sure they all have a deep understanding of the text they're reading, and that's for you to decide which 2 or 3 words you're going to teach explicitly before you start the lesson. Does that make sense? Okay, great. Thoughts, questions? Okay, so we're going to do one more activity. I've picked this from an NSERT textbook which I found online. Again, I hope it's factually correct. If not, let me know. So again, let's read this passage and in your groups decide which vocabulary words would fall into tier 1, which would fall into tier 2, which would fall into tier 3, and circle at least 2 words in the tier 2 that you will teach explicitly. So a slight extension to what we did earlier. Okay, so let's come back. A really interesting passage on Indian history. Lots of tier 3 words in here, mostly the Hindi or Sanskrit words that were there. So I'm looking at one group's list of tier 2 words. I'll skip the tier 1 words. The tier 2 words that they have are landlords, subordinates, overlords, asserted, ritual, boom, rebirth, enterprising, and I can't read the last one. And then the tier 3 words are Samantas, Rashtrakutas, Deccan, Chalukyas, and Kshatriyas, I think. So all those Sanskrit words, they're all tier 3 words because they don't occur in any other context. What's also important is that all those Sanskrit words that are here, they have an English equivalent where the text says subordinates or samanta. So they're sort of giving students a definition of what that word might mean. So this group decided that they were going to teach 2 words. The first word was landlord and the second word was subordinate. And I think those are really good words to teach for students to understand this text. Interestingly, they did not pick overlords as their word to teach. So if you picked overlords, I just want to highlight that in the 6th sentence, it says they were expected to bring gifts for their kings or overlords. So the text is giving them the meaning of what overlords mean, which is kings. So that meaning is already in the text and you don't need to explicitly teach that lesson to your students. So if you had a slightly different list, slightly different words you might teach, that's totally fine. But the general idea is to first decide which are some tier 2 words in your text and then how can you, or which of those 2 words or 3 words you're going to teach off that list of tier 2 words you have. And like I said, it really helps to think about what is the key takeaway in the text that they're reading, to think about which are the words coming in your main idea passage of the passage, to think about what you're going to teach. Okay, so with that, what we're going to do is... Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop here for lunch break. There are 1 or 2 other things I want to talk about building background knowledge after lunch. We'll dive a little into writing instruction, and what I'm going to end with is sharing an AI tool that you can use to make all of this a lot easier for yourself in helping you determine how to do explicit instruction, how to create your vocabulary lessons, which vocabulary words you want to teach. So a guide to support your lesson plan. Okay, so let's break for lunch. We'll come back in 40 minutes and we'll start with a little bit of background knowledge and then writing instruction. All right? If you have any questions, please come up and have a chat. I'm happy to chat with you as well. Thanks. started, and then some people who are still coming in can come in as we are talking. All right, so just a quick revisit to the vocabulary instruction. So one thing you definitely don't want to do when you're teaching a new vocabulary word is to ask a student who can tell me what that vocabulary word means. And like I said earlier, the reason for that is that if a student gives an incorrect response, that is what the rest of the students end up remembering. So generally, best practice is to share a student-friendly definition directly. Also, the one thing to think about is when do you do the vocabulary instruction. So as here, it says introduce the word meaning right when or before it is encountered. So generally a good time to do a vocabulary lesson is at the start of your lesson before they start reading the text. Also be mindful that even though you might have several tier 2 words, you don't want to teach all of them. And like I said, the general recommendation is maybe 2 words or max 3 words per session of your class. And then think about student-friendly definitions. There's a website called, I'm going to go back to one of my slides where I had it. Okay, so this is a website. If you want to make a note of it, it's called ldoceonline.com. It's a really good website in terms of thinking about student-friendly definitions. So what it does is it provides definitions in a language that most students can understand. Also provides a lot of examples. It's a free website and a really good resource. So it's again LDOCE Online. And finally, as you teach vocabulary lessons to your students, also think about if there is something additional you can do in addition to telling them what the meaning of it is and giving an example sentence. Doing that additional activity can be really helpful in embedding the meaning of the word for the students more deeply so they can recall the meaning when they are engaging with the text. And it's a really generally good activity to get them start thinking about the topic you're going to engage in. So sort of activating their minds to that topic of interest. So that's one way. So one way of building background knowledge is to teach students vocabulary word. The other is what we call developing the world knowledge. So if students are going to engage in a much larger topic, like let's say they're doing World War or World War II history or British colonialism, if they're diving into these topics, it might be helpful to start with a short passage that gives a general overview of the topic before the students start reading the main topic. So here are a couple of examples. So here, for example, and again, I'll show you how you could do this on AI as well if you're interested. What we're doing here is students are going to read about Industrial Revolution for the next week. They have many different passages. But some students may not know what Industrial Revolution was. They might have no background knowledge. And think back to the example of that American football sentence where you have no clue what this person was talking about. So it's helpful to build some background knowledge. So what we do here is we create a story of 2 children who lived in a farm, and then their parents moved to a city where there were lots of factories that were doing lots of work, and we talk about basic issues like air pollution, child labor within this topic. So what this short story here is doing is introducing students to the knowledge of what was happening during the Industrial Revolution. So all students in the classroom have some background knowledge before they start reading about Industrial Revolution. So that's one example. Another example here is students are going to talk about immigration and heritage. And so what we do here is that they read a really short passage. And this is a really interesting activity where we show students how immigrants who came to the United States changed their names to become more Americanized so they could fit into the society, and we share some of those examples. And we also give them a leading question. So here the leading question is it possible for an immigrant to be proud of his or her heritage to assimilate within the culture? So if they're changing the names, does that mean they're not proud of their heritage, or what is it? Why are they changing the names? So probing some questions again to start them thinking about the main text that they're going to engage with in the coming day or the coming weeks. Some other ways which you could also do is if you're teaching a certain topic, see if there's a YouTube video or a podcast that students can listen to or watch, generally short videos or podcasts to help them sort of get assimilated or acquainted with the topic that they're going to engage in. You could also do some things like infographics. So here, for example, we're doing lessons on mental health, for example. We're talking to students about the practice of visualization, and then we have a short video of Stephen Smith from the Australian cricket team talk about how he visualizes that he's going to hit a 4 or 6 before he actually goes into bat, and that really helps him become a really strong performer. So we show them a short video before they are reading. Another example, if you teach science, this is a fantastic website. It's called the National Science Teachers Association. That's nsta.org. If you're a science teacher, I would highly recommend you spend some time on this website. We have a lot of free resources that you can access on the website. So again, it is NSTA, National Science Teachers Association.org. And so, you know, something like if you're diving into a complex topic like electromagnetic spectrum, I don't know what it means, but if I'm teaching that, I could show students a short video that they can visually see what is this concept. They can watch a short video. Or an infographic. Again, you can share the infographic, maybe have some teacher-generated questions where you sort of think about what does particular terms mean, have you ever come across these particular terms. So engaging with them, building their background knowledge through multimedia, so not just reading the text, but watching a video, looking at an infographic, or like I said, listening to a podcast, which there are millions of, to help students develop some kind of background knowledge on the topic. That could also be sometimes your homework activity if your students have access to it. So if they have access to a phone and they can listen to a podcast before you come to your class, then that's something they could do as a homework activity as well, which can be a lot more fun than writing or doing something else. So many different ways in building students' background knowledge. So I hope that's been helpful. If you have any thoughts, questions, or comments, I'll pause here before I go into writing instruction. Okay, I must be doing a really good job there. Okay, all right. Okay, so now we'll get on to writing instruction. So in general, writing instruction evolves over a period of time, and this is sort of a general timeline on the skills students should develop as writers from their first standard through the end of high school. So by the end of first grade, students should be able to write some really short stories of mostly creative ways. So one example I can give you is from my son's school. He's in the first standard, and what his teachers do in his English class is they'll make them read a story. So let's say the Wolf and the Three Pigs, and they will ask students to rewrite that story and imagine it the way they want to. So they can change the story completely, where the wolf wins or loses, or the pig does something totally different. So having them come up with creative ideas to rewrite a story that they've already read. That's a really cool way of helping students to write. In the early stages, the focus is not so much on spelling, and it's not so much on punctuation. In the early stages, the focus is just getting students to write. The more they can write, the more ideas they can generate and just write it out. That's a helpful way to start them thinking about writing. If we focus too much on spellings, too much on punctuation at an early stage, it becomes a barrier for them. Once they have the general sense of doing some writing, they can write to a paragraph or a page. That's when you want to start talking about, I think you're doing really well with the ideas, but let's focus on your spelling now. Or let's focus on the punctuations now. So that can come in at a slightly later stage. So this is generally, so by the end of standard 5, so when they get to middle school, we would expect students to write multi-paragraph essays. And then by the end of their high school, we would expect them to write opinion essays where they're providing their ideas and thoughts on the topic and provide an argumentative essay by the end of high school. So you can see the complexity of writing changes considerably over a period of time. And just like reading is unstructured and requires some strategies to help students understand what they're reading, writing is very, very similar. It's a very unstructured activity. It's evolved very recently for most of us to start writing. It does not come naturally to us as speaking comes, right? So it's not something we've evolved with, and it requires to teach students some strategies to help them with the writing process. So what does the road look like for writing? The first is, to write, you need to read. If you don't have any ideas from the reading, if you don't have the vocabulary from the reading, you can't write, right? So if I'm talking about, let's say, a farming revolution, or if I'm talking about some kind of colonialism, if I have not read about these historical events or these geographical aspects in the past, I don't have the vocabulary knowledge. I don't have the knowledge to write about this. So the first step is always reading a lot about the topic. The second is to create writing in a supportive writing environment, and I'll share how we can do that for our students along with strategy knowledge. And then the last two parts is providing feedback. So we've looked at how providing feedback, like a procedural feedback, can be really helpful, and I'll share with you some very different ways of providing feedback to your students, which can look very different depending on how you want to do it. And the last is the use of technology. So there's, of course, it depends on if your students have access to it. If they don't have access to it, it's a challenge. But if your students do have access to like MS Word or Microsoft Word, that can help with the spelling part. You know, that does not have to be an issue because technology can easily remediate that problem. Okay, so what does writing look like? So generally, if we have students writing, it's like the house on top. They are given a topic, they take their pen and the paper, and they just start writing, and when they're done, they submit it and they're done. That's not how writing works. That's called stream of consciousness. We're not doing stream of consciousness. For writing to be well structured, the first thing you need is a blueprint. What am I going to write about? A lot of writing is planning about writing. And this came out earlier when we were reading the British passage where the student had a lot of punctuation errors. Someone said they should make bullet points and put that in chronological order. That's great. That's planning on what I'm going to write and how my essay is going to flow. So before students start writing, the first step is planning. And when they finish writing, the next step is editing, because no writing is perfect when you're done with it, and you need to edit frequently to get out a good piece of an essay or whatever the topic is. So in general, steps required to writing is planning, so first thoughts or basic ideas about the topic. What do I want to write about? What are my paragraphs going to look like? What is my main argument? What is my conclusion? In just bullet points. And this is something we really need to encourage students to do, and I'll share a strategy that can help us teach students to plan before they start writing. The next step is organizing. So I have all these ideas. Am I looking at it chronologically? Is that the way I'm going to present my essay? Am I looking at it thematically? So am I going to present certain themes together? What is my strategy on how that essay is going to be composed? And then, of course, writing is the most important part. So you write, once you have a general plan, you start writing that fits into that plan. And then the last part, which is generally ignored by most students, is the editing part. Rereading it, revising it, checking for spelling, which a lot of you said during the feedback for the British colonialism passage was the student needs to go and revisit some of the sections and sort of check what they have written, which is again a skill we need to teach students explicitly because many of them may not know that. So I just want to share an example here on how we teach writing to some of our students. So here, for example, students are reading about the topic of feudalism, and over several days, they read multiple different passages related to feudalism. So they are reading a lot over 2 weeks on a topic. They're getting vocabulary instruction, they're doing some strategy instruction where they're writing main ideas, they're doing compare and contrast, short writing parts during the reading, and once they've assimilated all this knowledge on feudalism, then they go and write. So writing is not the first step, it's almost the last step in that reading activity because you're asking students to showcase their learning through the writing activity. So here we have across lessons 1 through 8, so that's 8 lessons, that means that's 8 days of lessons on feudalism. Students read of how feudalism was happening in Europe, in Asia, in many different parts of the world. They engage with vocabulary words, and then they get to the part about writing. But even before they get to writing, we do a lot of planning, and I'll share how we do that in a second. Again, one thing you want to do if you want students to write multi-paragraph essays, especially if you're a middle school teacher, is that you want them to write regularly. So they don't have to write long passages, even if they're doing 10, 15, 20 word summaries, that's writing. Writing does not have to be something that's lengthy and long. So short writing exercises every day is better than waiting till the end of the week to do a long essay. So if you can incorporate writing in your lesson every day, so write me a 10-word summary of what we just learned today, that's a writing activity. That's building the habit of writing. And it's a hard habit to develop because, like I said, it does not come naturally to us. So in most of our lessons, we always end with students writing something at the end of it. And the second part to writing is developing vocabulary. So across those 8 lessons that I was showing you on feudalism, these were all the vocabulary words that we explicitly taught students. And before they start writing, we give them a sheet of all the words that were taught to them, and we ask them explicitly to use at least 2 or 3 of these words in their written essay. Again, to showcase that they have understood what these words are, and more importantly, showcase that they can use these words in their writing or their oral language communication. So, the part about the strategy. So this strategy is an evidence-based practice. It's called POW-TREE. Sounds like Kung Fu, but it's not. So POW-TREE stands for pick an idea, organize, and then write. So what we have students do, so for example, the topic here is correlation versus causation in historical shifts, and we ask students to write about feudalism. So they've read about feudalism over 8 essays, and what we're asking them to first do is plan. So in the planning stage, they pick an idea of what they think feudalism was about, and what reasons support their idea. Like, what is the evidence supporting the claim they're making? And at this stage, what we have students do is go back and reread the text to see what ideas, what details support the ideas. So we start with having them pick 2 ideas and at least 3 details that support the idea, which they have to share from the text. So this is just the planning stage. We're just doing bullet points. So they pick 2 ideas, write 3 reasons for each idea, and then they tell us a little bit more about each idea. So you see, they're not writing paragraphs yet. We're just at the sentence stage. And this is what we call that we're providing them with scaffolds or supports to get to the writing activity. So the writing activity takes almost 3 or 4 days or 3 or 4 sessions for them to show their finished product. It's not happening in one class sitting. The first class sitting is just planning. And at this stage, what we also do is we have students share their ideas. So if there are some students who have no ideas, they're going to listen to their peers and pick up on some of these ideas. So this is the planning and organizing stage. So once they've done that, then they start with the tree strategy. And the tree is each paragraph that you're writing must have a topic sentence, that's the T, must have reasons that explain the topic sentence, must have an ending or a conclusion, and you must examine your own work. So self-editing your work is a strategy we're teaching them because your teachers or your peers are not going to be around. So in the examine strategy, you can decide what you want them to examine. So for us, for example, we wanted to see that students had stated their opinion clearly. They used the vocabulary words that were taught to them. They included all 3 reasons to support their topic sentence. They checked for the grammar, they included a concluding sentence, and they checked for the spelling. So students checkbox that by checking their own work. So we're not just telling students, hey, before you submit, check your work and give it to us. we're telling them exactly what we want them to check and show that they have done that checking before they submit the work. So that's the tree part of the strategy, which is once you have generated your ideas and provided some structure, let's start picking each idea, writing the supporting reasons, providing a conclusion, and then checking our work. So that's the tree strategy. So once we have students come up with this graphic organizer that they've done over 2 or 3 days, then we get to the part where we say, okay, now let's write your essay. So they have all those graphic organizers as supports before they start writing the essay. So you can see a lot of work in writing is being done before they even get to the writing part. So that's a strategy we can use to support students who's writing by helping them develop their ideas more cohesively, more coherently before they get to the writing phase. And all that work that they're doing in the graphic organizer, they can revisit when they're writing their essays. So it doesn't stop there. So once we have students write the essay, we get to the assessment form. So here, we have students self-assess their work. So once they've written the essay, they have to look at this graphic or this assignment rubric and check the box to see if each of those things that are listed, they have done that in their activity. What we also do is we have students share their essay with a peer, so someone worked in the classroom, and they provide the checks and crosses to if that essay has addressed all this. So for example, some of the things in our rubric are, does the essay have a clear opinion stated in the topic sentence? Can you identify at least 3 pieces of examples or evidence? Does the essay follow the tree structure? Does the author effectively incorporate words from the word bank, so the vocabulary words we've taught them? So what we also do, and this has been really beneficial, I also do this in my university, where I have students assess their peers, and it has multiple benefits. One, the student gets feedback from their peer before they submit it to the teacher, which means if they implement the feedback, their work is going to be slightly better. Two, students get to see what other students are doing. So they can learn from their peers. They can get ideas on how other people are doing their work. If you don't see what other people are doing, you don't have many examples. The more you see what other people are doing, the more you can learn from them on how you can do your work. So this sheet is what we share with the students to first self-assess themselves and then do it with their peers as well. And all of these worksheets are available on our website, which is in the additional resources on the last page. It's called Reading Resource Center. You can visit it. You can download these lessons for free. They're available on our website for anyone to download. So I'll share that again tomorrow at the end of the lesson. So that's the general framework of writing instruction, with a lot of heavy lifting being done even before the students get to writing, with first being reading a lot on the topic, developing a lot of vocabulary knowledge, general knowledge about the topic, then moving into planning on what we're going to write about, thinking about how to structure each paragraph, and then getting to writing. So it requires a lot more work for the students before they get to writing. But the benefit of that is that the students, when they complete their essays, they're much higher quality than if they just started writing the essay. It also teaches them a very critical skill of planning and editing before they write anything, which is a key aspect of writing good essays or any outputs that they're writing. So I'm going to pause here to see if anyone has any thoughts or questions. Here's actually another example of a self-evaluation where students rate themselves. 1 being needs revision, 2 means okay, and 3 means well done. And so students have, and again, this can be something that aligns with you as the teacher on what you want your students to take away from the writing. So here, for example, it says, did I state my position clearly? Are my reasons clear and well supported? Do I have a concluding statement? Is my essay persuasive? So students are self-evaluating themselves, and that's a really important skill, because once they get into high school, once they get into university, no one's sitting with them and telling them how to do stuff. They have to do it independently. So the sooner you start this, and you can literally start this in the first standard. with a much simpler rubric, where students are doing some self-assessment, some peer assessment before they share the writing with the teacher. And it's a really critical skill that you can start teaching students early on how to evaluate their work within a certain framework that you, as the teacher, are creating. Okay, so the important aspect for creating a supportive writing environment is to, one, provide extra time for writing, so don't rush your students into finishing the writing. If they need extra time, give them that extra time. It's really important to embed some time in every lesson that you're teaching, be it history, geography, mathematics, or even English language, every day, where they do some writing every day as part of their lesson. Setting clear and specific goals for students' writing. So this is really important, and this takes us back to our topic yesterday on writing lesson objectives. Like, what is the objective of my writing today? Is it just writing a short summary of 10 words that explains what I read? Is it about me planning, and that's all we're doing today, so the objective can be today, we're going to plan for an essay which we need to submit next week. So that objective needs to be very, very clear on what the students are doing and why are they doing this, how is it building in to the work they're going to showcase in the coming weeks. You could do peer work to compose together, so students work together to brainstorm ideas. Is generally a good way. Pre-writing and inquiry activities, so pre-writing might be where they're planning, reading the text of engagement, if they have access to the internet, doing some browsing on the web to find out a little bit more about their topic before they start writing. Goal setting and high expectations. So this is something very important. If you don't set high expectations for your students, they're never going to meet it. If you always think, I need to dumb it down for my students, do something simple because my students can't do it, you're always going to remain at that level. If you set high expectations, they might fail, but they might do much better than if you had lower expectations of your students. So setting goals for your students is really important, and it might be slightly different for different subgroups in your class. So students who are really good at writing, that goal might be slightly higher, that you're going to come up with 4 reasons for each of the topic sentence. For students who are struggling, it might be come up with 1 reason for each of the topic sentence that you're writing. So that goal can shift slightly depending on your students' level of expertise, but you must set them a goal that they're working towards so they know what the expectation is. And the last one, really important, I don't know how many of you do this, but if possible, always share writing samples. Like, what does a good essay look like? What does a good summary look like? And what does a bad summary look like? Something that's not really good, something that's not very persuasive. Showing that examples can be really helpful, because sometimes some students may never have seen what a good essay looks like, because every time they got a feedback from a teacher, it said it's not good enough. It needs to have punctuation, the spelling error corrected. They've never seen a good piece. If you don't see what a good model looks like, how are you to try and achieve that, right? So if possible, if you have your past students' work that you think were done really well, save those and share those with your students. You can anonymize them, of course, but do share them with your students to showcase what a good work looks like. And it's not to put them down, it's to show them how they can achieve that because other students have. Okay? So many different ways to creating a very helpful writing culture. And again, these might be some things you already use, so some helpful resources, and you can find these on Google anytime you Google them. So for example, what are some transitioning words? So when you're moving from one paragraph to another, what are some transitioning words you can use? And you can print this out and paste it in your class, or give students a copy that they have handy while they're writing, so they can reference to these when they're writing. So these can be really important, helpful aspects. Okay. What I'm going to move to next is how you can put all of this together with the basic understanding of what you're doing. So I work a lot with ChatGPT and I create chatbots on it to do a lot of work for me, because I develop reading programs, and with the advent of AI, it's really helpful to train the AI chatbot on what I want it to do. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do a sort of a example of what this might look like. So please bear with me and let's see if this works. Okay. So if you have a ChatGPT account, it's you can. If you don't have one, you can create a free one. It's free. There are just restrictions on how many prompts you can put in. But if you have a free account, you can go into on the left-hand corner. Oh, you can't see this. They can't see the screen. How do I make this work? Sorry, please bear. Thank you. Okay, so if you don't have a ChatGPT account, if you create a free one using your email address, there's an option here which says Explore GPTs. And if you click on the Explore GPT option, it gives you a search bar. And if you put this search bar which says Inclusive Education Lesson Developer, this will show up. C. Bates is my finance person, so because I use her credit card to pay for my pro version, that's her name, but I've created this. So if you see, and I'll give you the name again, it's called Inclusive Education Lesson Developer. So let's see if this works. So I'll say start a chat. Okay, and I'm going to put in a prompt. So my prompt is develop a reading lesson, so I'm asking it what I want, on the topic of biodiversity, so I'm giving it a topic for grade 6 students, so for 6th standard students, I'm giving it the level of students. And what I'm saying is have context based in India. So because ChatGPT is an American model, it will give me an American context, but I'm telling it give me an example from an Indian context when it's developing the lesson. Okay, let's see what happens. I can't predict what it'll do, but let's see. Okay, so it's going to keep printing. So what it's doing first is it's picked out key vocabulary words for the lesson on biodiversity. Just as I showed you earlier what a good vocabulary lesson looks like, it's giving us a definition, it's providing an example sentence, it's providing an example and a non-example. It's picked up 2 or maybe 3 words that are important, so it's doing ecosystem, conversation. It's also doing some word reading activity. So here it's telling us what the word bio means, and bio means life. So an additional word reading activity that is providing us. And then it's created a short passage, an introductory passage to build students' background knowledge on the topic of biodiversity. And what it's also telling you is how you can do modeling, guided practice, and independent practice. So it's giving you the explicit instructional framework on how you can work with this to increase students' reading fluency, and it's telling you exactly what you need to do that lesson. Then it has a reading comprehension activity where it's asking you what the main idea of the passage is. It's providing you how you can do guided practice for the students. And it's also giving you some does it make sense sentences. If you want more does it make sentences, you can put another prompt saying, give me 5 more does it make sentences with punctuation errors. Or give me 5 more does it make sentences with vocabulary errors. And it will create that for you on that topic. It also gives you a vocabulary extension activity. So here, for example, it's taught the vocabulary and it's telling you, discuss how India's rich biodiversity impacts daily life. And so it gives you a prompt for students to have a discussion. So a lot of what we talked about yesterday and today, one prompt can create all of that for you. And like I said, it's free. I don't get paid any money for this. I just do it because I enjoy it. So it's free for anyone to go and use as long as you have access to the internet and the website for a free account. The one drawback of a free account is you can only put in, I think, 5 or 6 prompts, no more than that every 12 hours, I believe. But I have the pro version, so I can do as much as I want. But let's play around with it a little bit. So for example, I can say, create 5 more does it make sense? Sentences with grammar errors. So let's see if it makes sense or not. The first sentence, it says, the Bengal tiger are one of the most iconic animals in India. I think that makes sense. It makes sense to me. Mangrove trees grow in the coastal areas and oh, there you go. Thank you. Bengal tigers. That's right. So that's a grammatical error. Thank you for picking on that, whoever did that. So it's helping students to be critically reading the text. But let's say my focus is not grammar, and my focus is students' understanding. So let's say, okay, so it says the Sundarbans is a desert where camels and cacti thrive, which is not true because I think that's the mangrove area. So depending on what you want, it can do it for you. And here I'm doing it with a science text. You can do it with poetry, you can do it with history. The one thing I would very much encourage you to do is that check the facts in what's coming out, because sometimes it is not a perfect system and it might give you an output that has some errors in it. So if you are using it, I would highly recommend you use it as a first draft of your lesson, which you check and verify and make edits to before you share it with the students, because it can have factual errors many times. But it makes your job a lot easier. So for example, if you want to teach that tier 2 word, you can ask it for different extension activities. So for example, for my university, so I'm asking it, I'm saying for the biodiversity vocabulary lesson, give me an extension activity where there's an example or non-example sentences. So here it is. It says, it also gives you the verbatim of what you can say. So it says, let's explore what the biodiversity looks like. I'll say different examples, and if you think it shows biodiversity, say biodiversity. If not, stay quiet. So if you think back to my previous slides, it's very similar to how I was talking about, and because I've trained it, it's doing what I wanted to do a lot of times. And so here, for example, it says a dense forest with tigers, monkeys, birds, and various plants, biodiversity, a city park with only grass and one type of tree, not biodiversity. So you can create all the things I've talked about in the last few days just with access to this model as your first draft to make lesson planning much easier. So what I'm providing you with is not just the knowledge of how to do it, because creating those lessons are very time consuming. And like I said, I have some people who might work for me to help me create that. As teachers, we don't have those resources. And so this becomes a really interesting tool that you can use to think about how to use explicit instruction, how to develop students' background knowledge, regardless of the topic or the subject or the grade or standard of students you are teaching, regardless of their level of expertise. You can create inclusive classroom lessons using this tool. But again, I want to caution you that when you're using this tool, please be mindful that sometimes it may not give you accurate information, and you, as the teacher, are sort of the gatekeeper before that information gets passed to your student to fact check it before you share it with them. So I'm going to pause here and see if you have any questions or thoughts about this before we actually end for today. Okay, and once again, if you're not familiar, the GPD's name is Inclusive Education Lesson Developer, and it does exactly that. It creates inclusive education lessons. So if you want to write that down, I'll just wait for a second before we move to our last activity of the day. Yeah, so if you have the pro version, you can develop your own bots by training them on a particular way of giving you outputs. So I spent a lot of time training it to give me the outputs, and you can see a lot of it aligns with the slides directly because I develop reading programs, so it makes my job a lot easier, so I don't have to. You could. I don't think I'd be the right person for it.
Yeah,
but I'm sure. Yeah.
You must have also taken guidance.
Yes, I do a lot of reading in this area, so I learn.
You've done it all
independent.
Self-doing and reading.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, lots of playing around with it not working, and then going and tweaking it, playing around, tweaking it. Yeah. In fact, we actually have a funding application in review right now where we're planning to create our own ChatGPT for educators. And if it gets funded, we might be able to have an own website for it. Yeah. Okay, I hope you find this tool useful. And what we're going to do, a last thing today, is a reflection which is on page 19. So if you go to page 19, there are some questions for you to think about and discuss with your partners next to you. And maybe we can share some of the responses with the group at the end of it, and that will end the session for today. All right?
Hello? Quiero no te hablo.
For example, you need or you do
Tendrá. Date por de hacer.
so they can do the planning around the second question is how can you effectively use time? So do you have time to actually do it? And the answer like, no, I don't have to find time. You can do it, which is fine. And that's what we're doing. Okay?
for engaging. I'm not going to discuss these questions because I've had this conversation with all of you. So we're going to end today. Like I said, feel free to access the ChatGPT builder. It's free. You can access it. And all these lessons, and I'm really sorry I haven't given better pictures of these, you can find all of these student copies that I was sharing with you about the poetry, about the reading. If you go to the last page on resources, the first resource under teaching reading is called Reading Resource Center. That's my website, and all of these are there for free. You can go and download them and use them in the classroom. It also shows lots of examples of how explicit instruction works and provides a lot of different ideas on planning the lesson. So feel free to download and explore. And if you do it before you come in tomorrow, come with some thoughts or questions. I'm happy to engage with you. The one last thing I'm asking you to do before you go for some really nice tea out there is if you could take a really short survey. It has only 2 questions. How much you've enjoyed the lesson, the session, and how much you've learned. And if you have any comments, if you can scan the QR code with your phone, if you have 4G or Wi-Fi here, or there's the link to the survey as well. And if you could do that briefly, and then we can go for tea. And I'll see you tomorrow again at 10 o'clock. Thank you so much for staying engaged. Okay, just a quick announcement. Tomorrow after lunch, we're going to have the valedictory session where we'll be providing you with certificates for participating in the workshop. So please come tomorrow for the last session, and then we'll end with the certification. Thank you.
I'm sure to leave something, okay?
Thank you.